Good afternoon, everybody, and happy Saturday. Sorry it took a while to start speaking there. My microphone actually wasn't working. I had to switch it on in the NVIDIA broadcast app. So my apologies about that. I will restart because I went on a 5-minute spiel without anybody hearing anything. We are currently sitting at the gate on the stand in Brisbane International Airport in Brisbane, Australia, in a Qantas Boeing 747-8I, heading to Sydney on the first leg, and then to Melbourne on the second leg. Passengers are currently boarding. The airplane is powered on. Only thing we have to do is get inside, select our departure and our arrival, calculate our performance, and then get the airplane pushed, started, and ready to go. So without further ado, let's jump into the flight deck of the 747. As you can see, quite a massive airplane compared to what we usually fly. The so-called and appropriately named Queen of the Skies when it comes to aviation, the Boeing 747. I believe the last 747 is going to roll off the assembly line, I think, in 2023. So unfortunately, these airplanes are going to fade away, and the reason being is they're just not economical anymore. They are not filling them, but they will always be around as freighters, and there's still many 747s flying in the skies above us, which is awesome. So this airplane will never truly fade. As you can see, the sun is starting to rise here in Brisbane, so let's get in the cockpit and get the airplane ready to go and do everything we need to do. First thing, we're going to come down here at the FMC. We need to put our arrivals and our arrival and our departure in. So we'll click on that page here. And coming out of Brisbane today, we are departing on runway 19 left. So we'll select 19 left there on the sane G1 departure with no transition. Execute that in. Let's go back to our route and make sure that didn't create any problems, which it didn't. Excellent. Let's go back to our arrival, and looks like we are taking in runway 34 left in Sydney. We'll select that on the ILS. It looks like it is a direct arrival as well, so we'll just execute that right in. Let's go take a look back at our route and make sure everything looks good. We don't have any discontinuities, which we don't. Cool. Let's go to our legs page. Go up here. We will select this to plan. And let's just take a look at our flight plan and make sure that everything is right. And there we go. Click on step. Let's just cycle through the plan and make sure nothing looks weird or awry. Yep, there's a discontinuity right there. We have to clear that out. Go. Discontinuity's gone. Let's keep going. Alright. Perfect. Everything looks good to me. I am happy with that. So now we just have to get our fuel loaded on, as well as our cargo. We have to do that. I don't think we can do that through the menu page, can we? I don't believe so. Yeah, no, I'm not thinking that's going to be a thing. So we just have to do it manually with the stock fuel panel and payload panel, but that's no problem. That's easy enough to do. We'll get our fuel in first. Quite a big airplane, and this airplane's going to be very light for our departure, so looks like we have total fuel of 51,814 pounds. So we're taking a very large amount of fuel off of the airplane, so, oops, that's payload. We need fuel, 51,000 pounds. That's literally nothing. That's only 13% of our total capable fuel load. Let's get our cargo information in for our payload. How much we need 86,700 pounds, so we'll increase that a little bit. right about there will do. We are super light today. 377 passengers on board as well. Our takeoff weight is right around 621,000 pounds, but we're not going to go by that. We're going to go by what our information says here. So let's go ahead and calculate the performance now of the airplane and get that next step out of the way. Right, oh, it's already populated. How lovely. Let's get our fine reserves plugged in. 8.8, so 8,800 pounds for our reserve fuel. Cruising altitude today, whoops. Cruising altitude today, we're looking at 38,000 feet. And our cost index is 216. Alright, looking good. Thrust limit. We will do a reduced thrust takeoff, only up to 85% N1. Reduced thrust climb as well, just because of how light we are. Flaps, we're only going to use 10 degrees today. There we go, and get our 132 knots of rotation speed is absolutely nothing when it comes to the 747. Alright, looking absolutely perfect on that. There's nothing really else that we need to do. Everything is programmed in our FMC. Make sure, yeah, there's nothing else that we need to put in, so we are all set and dandy. Perfect. Minimize this panel now, no need to have that up any longer. Let's come up to our regular seat. Bring this back to map. The sun, like I said, is starting to rise more and more as we take a look outside, so this should be a nice sunrise departure almost, at least I am hoping. So let's come over here, let's get our cruising altitude plugged into our autopilot. We want 38,000 feet. 38,000 feet there. We want about like 165 for our speed after departure. We'll arm the auto throttles, arm the flight directors right there, select LNAV and VNAV. That is all set to go. Come down here, select our auto brakes to RTO. Alright, looking good as far as that goes. Let's look at our overhead panel now. Let's get everything ready to go here to start the engines. And first thing we're going to need to do is we are going to need to turn on some of our fuel pumps and get our APU started. So hold that over to the start position. If we jump outside, we should hear it start up. Okay, the APU starting up nicely there. Make sure the APU bleed is on, which it is. We can go ahead and turn our beacon lights on as well. Put both of those on. Seeing as we're starting to have some movement of our APU there, just to let everybody know that we are up and running as far as the APU is concerned. So let's come back over here and we will get push our luggage carts away from the airplane. There we go, as they're going to be on their way. And now let's go ahead and plan our pushback. So we are leaving $19 left, runway 19 left. There she is out there. Okay, so we are going to push back out, and we're going to have to take a look at this pushback and plan it appropriately, just because we are kind of sandwiched in over here. Not really, actually. We just got to be careful of this guy right here when we are pushing back. So let's get this started. Come back to the right. go. That should do it. APU is still running. Perfect. Alright, our pushback is now planned. Let's get back inside the flight deck. You see the sun is coming up by the second there. APU is running, which is absolutely excellent. We'll come up here and turn on our APU generators. Perfect. We will turn off our external power, and we will tell him to leave the area as well. And we are ready to go. Only thing we do is come down here and get our fasten seatbelt signs turned on. Let everybody know that we are about to depart. We can come up here and get our dome lights down just a tad bit as well, as we are all set up and ready to go. This is looking kind of dark, but it'll do perfectly fine. Now let's get the pushback tug connected to the airplane, and let's get on out of here and get these engines started. Take a look at our wing views. We got a nice shot of our left-hand side wing over engines 1 and 2. Coming back to the front, amazing front view of those same engines as well. Popping back over to the other side, we have the same view, but more from the upper deck forward. And then coming back here, we are way in the back in the last row of the 747-800. So plenty of nice views on our way out of here. We're not going to do a takeoff replay. We're going to save that for the departure out of Sydney to Melbourne. So let's wait for him to give us instructions.
Sir, the bypass pin is installed. All doors and hatches closed, and all ground equipment is removed.
We are cleared for start and push.
Okay.
Cleared for start and push.
Please
Let's
release
get our
parking brake.
fuel pumps turned on. Alright, we don't need the center pumps on, so we will release the parking brake,
brakes are
and
released.
we will start with
Commencing
engine
pushback. You can start the
number
engines in sequence.
3.
It will start in the sequence.
Let's go engine number 2 first. Oops. Now you can hear her coming to life now. Alright, engine number 2 has started. Let's get back in the cockpit and we'll get ready to start engine number 3 next. Let's just wait. There we go. Engine number 3 coming forward. Come down here, get our fuel turned on right away. And let's go look and listen to this engine start from this position. Right, engine number 3
Okay,
is
pushback
coming to
completed.
life now.
Set your parking brake.
Pushback completed, perfect. We just need to start
Parking
our
brake set.
remaining engines. Before we do that,
You may
we are going to
disconnect.
turn the bleeds on for
Okay, sir,
engines 2
cleared to
and
disconnect.
3.
Pin has been removed. See
We'll
you
also
inside.
get our taxi
Have a good
lights
flight.
turned on, so we have a little bit
Holding
of
position,
light in
waiting for
front of
visual.
us.
Thank you and goodbye.
Alright, let's go ahead and start engine number 1 now. Alright, engine number 1 is coming to life. Such a big airplane, man. We haven't flown anything like this yet on stream before. I am a little bit nervous, I'm not going to lie. I don't have the most experience in the 747. You know, these heavy airplanes, they're really difficult to really land because the airplane is so high up above the ground. I'm not quite used to that, but engine 4 is going to come on. Fuel selector comes on now, and let's jump outside. Alright, excellent. Sounds like we got engine number 4 completely started. She's coming up, which is perfect. Just heard the generator clicked in there. We're going to get bleeds number 1 and 4 into the on position. We're also going to come over here, turn off our APU generators, and get our APU switched into the off position. We are fully started, ladies and gentlemen, which means we are good to go and we are ready to taxi. Before we do that, we need to get our flaps set to 10 degrees. Flaps 10. See big flaps coming down on the 747. Flaps are down, we are ready to go. Let's take a look at our VFR map one more time just to make sure we are going to be heading in the right direction. We are just going to pull straight out here and take our first right at the end, and we will be able to be on our way to our runway. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, releasing the parking brake, and let's get this 747 rolling. There we are rolling now in the 747, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get our turn off lights on as well. Give us a little bit of extra lighting there. Looking good. The sun is coming up more and more. Should be an absolutely beautiful departure. Taking this right up here that I mentioned, just to make sure we're heading the right way, which we are. You have to remember, we can't get this airplane going too fast, too quickly, because she is rather large and will be hard to slow down. External view of taxi. Look at that, such an amazing large airliner. completely unrealistic flights. However, Qantas did used to operate 747s on a Sydney to Brisbane route and back. And they were part of a much larger leg out of Australia heading internationally. But we don't have enough time for that, so we are going to play around and only do the short hops here in the 747. As mentioned, the airplane is going to be very light, so takeoff is going to happen very quickly for an airplane this size. However, tomorrow, and just wanted to throw it out there, as usual, we are currently sitting at 22 subscribers out of our 25 subscriber goal that I had wanted us to hit on August 1st, and we're 3 short of that in order for me to throw up a special stream tomorrow, or now possibly Monday if we don't actually hit that mark by the 1st. And if we don't, you know what, that's okay. We will continue on and push along. We will extend that goal out with no definite timeline for reaching it, but the first goal is 25. Then from there will be 50, and so on and so forth. So 22 subscribers so far. Thank you to all who have subscribed so far, and if you wouldn't mind going ahead and hitting the subscribe button, clicking the like button, as well as turning on notifications for my channel so you'll be advised whenever I go live, I would greatly appreciate it. And like I said, thank you to all who have subscribed so far, up to 22 subscribers in only a month of operating on the channel. I'm happy with it. We are approaching the runway, ladies and gentlemen. We are not doing a turn and burn for this one. We are going to hold short. This is a big airplane. This is exactly something you want to rush onto the runway. You want to make sure that you have everything all set up before you do so. Look at that. Parking right onto our departure runway here, ladies and gentlemen. get a look outside one last time before we depart to make sure that we are all straight and lined up. Big airplane, like I said, so it's hard to tell. We'll stop there for a moment. Let's come up here. We will get our landing lights all on, our runway turn offs, and come on, our taxi lights. Those can stay on for now. Come over here. We will get our strobes into the on position. And looks like we are ready to go, everybody. Please come down to RTO. Alright, enjoy the departure out of Brisbane, Australia for Sydney, everybody. B1 and rotate. And up we go. Positive rate of climb. Gear up. Beautiful departure. Start our right-hand turn to get us towards our course. All right, climb power set. Flaps to 5. Flaps to 1. Still flying the airplane manually. Right, and flaps clean. Start our turn off now. Heading towards our course. So still flying the airplane manually. the size of that wing. Alright, beautiful departure out of Brisbane, everybody, to Sydney in our 747-800. Such a big airplane. Definitely a challenge to fly, for sure. Alright, landing lights come off now. Taxi lights come off as well. We can turn our wing lights off also. Absolutely fantastic on our way out of Brisbane, everybody. Just passing through 18,000 feet, so let's get back inside the cockpit here. We will go into standard mode for the altitude. Seatbelt signs are going to stay on for now. They'll be coming off shortly, don't be worried. I'm here, Mike. Hello. Welcome, Mother, of course. Thank you for tuning in on our way to Sydney, Australia, in our absolutely wonderful Boeing 747-8I. Absolutely fantastic airplane. Very large airplane. Let's get a look outside, turn down our sounds, and let's get a look at the sunrise happening over Australia. There's our airplane now, looking absolutely marvelous. On our way up to 38,000 feet. We've been having trouble with our internet. Uh-oh, that's not good. Are you home today? Or do you mean at work? Yes, that worked. Oh boy. That's not good. The sun is starting to rise above the horizon there, looking absolutely awesome. As we climb, the sun gets higher, about to pass through 27,000 feet now. The air is looking pretty smooth, so let's get back in the flight deck and we can actually turn off our seatbelt sign. Let everybody run around as they wish. It's absolutely beautiful. Yes, it is. This is not real time, unfortunately. In Australia right now, it is much later. Well, much earlier than this, rather. So, in Australia right now, I'm pretty sure it's like about 3 in the morning. So I boosted the time ahead a little bit, so the simulator time right now, we're probably sitting at just about 6:30 a.m. Well, look at that shot, huh? We're so close to the 25 subscriber goal, but to be honest, I don't know if I am going to reach it by today or tomorrow. If we reach it by today, the celebratory stream will be tomorrow at 10 a.m. It has not been scheduled yet, but it will be at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. And the stream is going to be significantly longer than usual. Looking absolutely fantastic. Look at the airplane. Oh my god, the 747. I've been holding it off a little bit just because, you know, I just know I'm not exactly going to be the best when it comes to this airplane. And you're probably going to see a couple landings today that are going to look a little rough. But that's no problem. Let's get inside the flight deck here, just make sure that we are all on track, which we are. We have a hell of a headwind hitting us. 75 knots. That is impressive. Whoa, that looks awesome. Oh yeah, it does. Absolutely right. We are due to arrive in Sydney Let's have a look. Where's our clock? Where's the clock in the 747? I can never find it. There it is. We are due to arrive in Sydney in about 41 minutes, everybody, or 51 minutes. Number of subscribers, 22. We're still stuck at 22. Yep, still stuck at 22. Need 3 more to hit the goal. Tomorrow is the deadline for the goal, but you know what? If we don't hit it, that's no big deal. We still have more time to reach that goal. It's not a race. The fact that we got 22 is just absolutely incredible for me, personally. Still happy with that number. Alright, looking good, ladies and gentlemen. We are at 38,000 feet, which means we are going to need to start our descent if we do the decimal method. Remove the last 3 decimal places of our altitude and multiply by 3. So 114 miles out, it wants us to start descending. I'm not going to quite let it get that high or get that low. I'm probably going to start descending at about 125, 130 miles, to be completely honest. Maybe even a little sooner than that, just because of how big the airplane is, and you know, it can really pick up some speed on the way down, and we don't exactly want that happening. The beautiful sunrise over the Australian coastline. Fantastic. Music will come up for a little while. Let me know how the music sounds compared to the airplane, if you can hear me over the sound of both. Well, I certainly hope everybody's having a great Saturday afternoon so far. Everyone's relaxing. The weather looks absolutely beautiful outside, but that's not for me. I'd rather stay in and fly my airplanes and entertain you fine people. Just did a quick listen in on my stream. Sounds like the music was kind of loud there, so my apologies. I have adjusted it. As I said, I'm really hoping I can put the airplane down nicely. Don't have a lot of experience in the 747, and the last few times I gave it a try, let's just say the landing wasn't exactly the most pretty, but really going to try my hardest today so I don't make a fool of myself on the stream. Also, just wanted to remind everybody, if you haven't yet, to please subscribe to me on Instagram. You just saw it pop up there. It's at fly_with_MB. Go ahead and follow me. You'll be able to see any updates about my streams, when exactly I'm going to be going live, any updates as far as if I need to postpone or cancel a stream, or any news about upcoming streams in the weeks out will be posted to Instagram. So go ahead and give me a follow. I'd greatly appreciate it so you can be caught up on all of my streams. And thank you to all who have followed so far. And remember, please, if you wouldn't mind hitting the like button on this video, and if you're new here, please consider subscribing and turning on notifications for my channel so you'll be notified of whenever I go live. Just checking everything out here, making sure we're all looking good still. That headwind is still coming at us fierce, 70 knots. It's just absolutely insane. Taking our total airspeed down to 489 knots, but our ground speed is 436. So we'd be zooming along a lot quicker here if it weren't for that nasty headwind that's actually pushing up our arrival time quite a little bit. I was not planning for that, but that's okay. Right now it has us coming in about another 40 minutes on the nose. That absolutely awesome Australian sunrise there. on our way to Sydney from Brisbane. This is an actual flight that Qantas had done at some point. This isn't a real-world ops flight right now. We're not doing real-world ops today. If that were the case, it would be in the title and in the description of the video, but we're not doing that today. We're just doing something I wanted to throw up for fun in a 747. Really, you know, if we're going to fly something like this, it's just going to be difficult only because, you know, the 747s don't fly short routes like this. Like I said, we only had about 13% of our fuel load, including reserves, and extra time on the fuel load to get us to Sydney from Brisbane. So, you know, the takeoff, the rotation speed was only 136 knots. So we really weren't loaded at all. We had a derated takeoff to 85% and we still lifted off the ground fairly quickly. So looking completely awesome now. The sun is coming up more. Let's go ahead and get a nice view there. Now I just wanted to remind everybody, please, if you wouldn't mind going ahead and hitting the like button, hitting subscribe and turning on notifications for the channel. We are almost at our goal of 25 subscribers by August 1st. We have today and tomorrow to hit that goal. We only need 3 more subscribers to hit our goal, and if that's the case, either tomorrow or Monday I will be throwing up a special stream to celebrate the subscriber mark and hitting our goal. Regardless when we hit that goal, regardless of when we hit it, whether it be next week or next month, a celebratory stream will be held. More information is coming on that shortly, but I do have something in mind, and it will be quite a longer stream than usual, so saving that for a Sunday would be best. A nice lazy Sunday for everybody to come hang out and enjoy the simulator. So thank you to all who have subscribed so far. Greatly appreciate it. Means a lot to me. And again, as you can see right there, please follow me on Instagram. There's my handle. Go ahead and hit the follow button for all stream updates. You can do it, Mike. 3 more to go. I just shared 10 minutes ago. Thank you. Yes, really hoping we can undo it. Super, super close. To be honest, like I said, I never thought I would quite make it even this far, so... cruising along absolutely wonderfully in the 747-800. 380 passengers on board this flight. The largest number we've ever carried together on the channel during our streams. So that's a milestone. Big airplane, like I said, hopefully we can get her on the ground nice and easy, not trying to have any damage done to the airplane, not this beautiful airplane at least. Like I said, unfortunately before, you know, 747s are going to start to fade away and mainly be used as cargo airplanes. I know the last 747 is due to roll off the assembly line shortly, unfortunately. However, that doesn't mean she will be gone forever. There's still plenty of cargo airlines operating the 747 freighters and passenger variants of the 747-400. Those are being converted into freighters as well. Still plenty of use for the 747 after after they retire it from passenger service. I still even think that is going to be a while. I still know there's a good number of 747s in operation, mainly overseas, not in the United States, honestly, not too many of them. Those have all been replaced by more fuel-efficient airplanes that don't have as many engines, and, you know, unfortunately, you know, 4-engine wide bodies just aren't going to be a thing of the future. You know, they're going to fade away, and you're mainly going to see 2-engine wide bodies like the 777X, the Airbus A350, Boeing 787 Dreamliner, even the 767. Those are the airplanes of the future. A330s. Only 2 engines, much more fuel efficient. The problem is with the 747s is you just can't fill them up. And if you want to make it more of a luxurious experience, you know, that's not so much what people are looking for with air travel anymore. You know, some people want the economy price, which is perfectly fine. And, you know, it just doesn't make sense to fill up a 747 using all that fuel for all that weight if you're not going to be filling the airplane. And that's really the problems that the airlines have. And, you know, it's something very similar to, like, the Airbus A380, the same thing, the super jumbo, you know, 4 engines, double-decker, all the way down. Super jumbo wide body, and they can't fill them. But they are popular overseas in, like, Emirates, you know, so that's really cool that they're still going to be operating those. I hope to maybe one day have the opportunity to ride aboard a wide-body airliner in general, but a 747 would be absolutely awesome. I'd love to hit that mark there. I like turtles. All right. Wonder who that is. How are you? Thank you for joining. Hope everybody's having a beautiful Saturday morning, afternoon, wherever you are from. Hey, we gained a subscriber. There we go. Thank you, Tridal, if I'm saying your name correctly. Thank you very much for the subscription. That puts us up to 23. We only need 2 more to go. 2 more to go until we hit our goal. So let's go over here to our like and share. We are going to have to update this. And then we're going to have to start looking about when we want to descend. So we really need to start paying attention to that soon after I update our goal. There we go, up to 23 now. Greatly appreciate it. I'm just going to call you Try. So very close. Only need a few more. 2 more to go until we hit 25 for our goal. We greatly appreciate it, and thank you to everybody who has subscribed so far. As I said, if we do hit the mark, we will be doing a celebratory stream, whether it be Sunday or whether it be Monday. Depends on when our goal is reached. If we reach our goal today, the celebratory stream will be tomorrow. And you'll have to wait and see. I am not disclosing the airplane. I am not disclosing the route. The only thing I will say is the trip will be a little bit longer. Longer stream tomorrow. Coming back inside the cockpit here, just making sure we're looking okay. This is saying we have 113 miles to go until the top of our descent and about 235 miles to go in total. As I mentioned, we will be descending a little bit sooner than this is suggesting, just to allow to slow down the airplane some more. You know, big airplanes like this tend to not want to slow down on your approaches and on your way into your arrivals. So really have to make sure that we aren't going to be putting ourselves in a dangerous situation, meaning the airplane will be overstressed from the airspeed or anything like that. We don't want to have anything happen. Especially not an airplane like this. An airplane like this, when you are going slow on the approach, it's, you know, you really put yourself in a dangerous situation. The airplane will stall out. And airplanes this big, they do not like stalling out. But that brings us up to 23 subscribers. Thank you again, Try. I really appreciate it. So close. 2 more to go. Going across football news, kickoff for the NFL season is coming up shortly. Been watching all the teams, seeing exactly what they're doing. What did you think of the new Top Gun? Haven't watched yet. So, okay. I haven't seen it yet either. I've heard it is incredibly good. Need to make plans to watch it sometime soon, but to be honest, I'm going to have to watch the first one again. I've only seen the first one once, or twice, and I've only seen it all the way through once. So definitely for sure we'll be checking out the new Top Gun. Is it out on any subscription services yet? I have pretty much all of them. I have HBO Max, I have Peacock, I have Hulu, I have Netflix, Paramount Plus, Disney. Is it out there yet? If it is, I'll definitely be giving that a watch soon. I'm not sure. I usually rent off Prime. Okay. Yeah, I'll check that out for sure. I heard it was incredibly good. Know a few people that have seen it so far. The new Jurassic World wasn't that good. Yeah, you know... so, here's my thing. I watched some of it, the beginning, and, you know, they brought back Dr. Grant and his sidekick there. Don't know exactly, Dill Pickle. Alright, Hell Dog, uh-oh. Do you guys know each other? Yeah, you know, it's just, I would like to see, I just, Jurassic Park and that whole universe, you know what I mean, I think it's run its course, and I didn't really like the newer ones, you know, with I saw a little bit of the new one as well, and, you know, the dinosaurs are running through the snow and everything, and they're learning to live in peace, and then, oh, there's a bad dinosaur from what it seems like, or bad guys trying to release a bad dinosaur, you know, and it's just kind of the same plot over and over again from what I've seen. And Jurassic World, I mean, the Lost World, Jurassic Park, great movies. Jurassic Park 3 was, yeah. You know, we could all do without Jurassic Park 3, at least in my opinion. 84 miles into the top of our descent. We work together. Oh boy, here we go. Any friend of my sister's is a friend of mine, so thank you for joining. 82 nautical miles to go until our descent. Take a look inside the cockpit of the 747 here. At the landscape below, we've been looking at the sunrise the whole time, but let's get a different view towards the right. The right side of the airplane. The Australian landscape below us as we get ready to land in Sydney. Descent will be happening fairly shortly, everybody. As of right now, looks like we will be arriving another 26 minutes, but I would bump that up just a little bit more. I think that's a little bit yeah, it's cutting us in a little bit early, and I don't think it's quite going to be that soon. I would go more towards the 35-minute mark, personally, if I was a betting man. Hey man, have you looked up Flight Simulator Discord service? I have. So here's the thing about Discord, and I need to start using it more. Same thing with Reddit. I'm trying to figure them out. I follow a couple Flight Simulator pages on Discord. Yeah, especially to, you know, like you said, it's a good way to connect with the community and maybe gain viewers. I need to look into it more. I didn't really understand what Discord really was in the very beginning. And so I looked into it more and kind of realized, oh, okay, it's a big community, just like Reddit. So I really have to learn how to use it and start posting on there to get more attention, because as of right now, I'm just using Instagram and Facebook and what YouTube is giving me. And, you know, I've heard that somehow they don't, like YouTube and Instagram doesn't really spread out enough. So I'll definitely look into the Discord thing and really making an actual page, an official page, and throwing it up there for people to join as well. Same thing, you know, promoting my stream out on Reddit also. The thing about that is with Reddit, people don't exactly like that, you know, the people promoting their streams and everything. And, you know, there's same thing with the Facebook groups, and, You know, people kind of get pissy when it comes to promoting your own content on there, you know, and I get it. Absolutely get it. Like I said, this is leg number 1 today on our journey over Australia, heading to Sydney first, and then from Sydney we are going to Melbourne afterwards. Yeah, not like promoting, but making friends and then being like, hey, I'm live. Yeah, exactly. It does make perfect sense. It's not spamming your content out there, which is kind of what I do across my Facebook and my Instagram, but it's not even anything too crazy, you know. It's just a picture, the thumbnail I share with a link attached to it that says, hey, going live, and, you know, tomorrow at 12, this is the flight, this is the airplane, this is how long the flights are going to be. You know, I put the block times in there. You know, I'm not expecting... If people, you know, if flight simulation isn't somebody's thing, I mean, I completely understand. It's a very small community, you know. There's not very many people that enjoy flight simulation as much as I do. You know, and just the way that the newest edition of Flight Simulator looks, which is the 2020 edition, which is what we're using right now, you know, it just looks absolutely fantastic, and I couldn't miss the opportunity to stream this to everybody. Absolutely fantastic what Microsoft and Osobo have done with the simulator. Now, it's not perfect. Absolutely not perfect. You know, I had troubles with the simulator before while streaming, with it crashing and, you know, not the planes crashing, I mean the actual program crashing itself and going to the desktop on my computer. You know, it's frustrating, but that all comes with it. You know, Microsoft said they want the simulator to be around for multiple years, a near decade, until 2030. And then also we have X-Plane 12 coming out soon, which I'm also going to take into consideration of picking up. Alright, let's start looking at our legs here, and let's see what altitude we need to descend to. This is saying above 3,000 right here as we get towards our runway. So we're going to come up here, and we are going to select 3,000 feet on our altitude selector for our autopilot. There we go, get 3,000. The airplane will start descending automatically once we hit our top of descent marker right here along our course. And if we zoom this out a little bit, we will see our vectors for our runway, and it's a very straight-in approach. They want us going direct onto the ILS on this one. I forget, 34 left is the runway we're landing on, so we're getting there, like I said. I don't know if I want to start descending sooner than what this is suggesting. The airplane should start descending on its own with the with VNAV. I just always get nervous about that sometimes, just because this 747 that we're flying in isn't a payware edition. This is actually the default 747 that came with the simulator, which in its own right is just okay, but it's not something you would consider study level, you know, like the Pmdg 737, which we fly quite often, or maybe even a fly-by-wire A320. Those are study level, I would call, so you got to make sure every button is clicked, you got to make sure everything is set up. This kind of takes that into consideration, but not near as detailed. Like, not every button is clickable in the cockpit. But it's free, and these are developers that love Flight Simulator just as much as anybody else, and they develop the modifications to the existing 747 and bring it to life and make it a lot more realistic as far as flight controls go. More buttons can be clickable, so, you know, this is one of those add-ons that anybody can really tool around with. You don't need to be an expert in aviation to get it up and going, and, you know, you don't need to be an expert in 747s and starting up airplanes either. But it might be a little tricky to land. I am a little nervous, if I'm being completely honest. Like I said, don't have the most experience in big airplanes like this, but I'm certainly going to try my hardest. Oops, did not mean to click that button, but hey, we get a cooler view at least. Let's go ahead and anyways, I'll talk about the NFL here. Big things going on. I'm wondering what exactly is going to happen in the world of the NFL. You know, we have a lot of teams coming up, you know, and You know, you have New England. We'll see what's going to go on with New England. You know, we'll see how Mac Jones does on his second year. He had a great rookie season, but unfortunately he seemed to kind of collapse towards the end there, right after the game with the Bills when he only threw 2 passes. You know, after that, they only won 1 game after that. They lost 3 out of their last 4. So, or maybe even 4 out of their last 5, I forget. I think it's 3 out of their last 4 they lost. Do you ever fly old planes like 951 Mustang Spitfires and German fighters that had the whistle? Okay. So no, I don't. They are available for purchase. The reason why I don't really fly those is, I think we're starting to descend already? No, 19 miles. I don't have those planes purchased at the moment. That is something I was looking at because they actually have a fantastic MiG. They have a couple of MiGs for sale on the marketplace. And I was thinking about doing something with that shortly. As far as old planes, you know, I'm still waiting. I'm an airliner guy, I'll be completely honest. I enjoy commercial passenger routing, and I'll fly anything that involves that. For instance, a couple weeks ago, we flew a Cessna 208 Grand Caravan through Hawaii. That was absolutely fantastic. And then we even flew a de Havilland, Twin Otter around St. Martin and did some island hopping there. So I fly a variety of airplanes, not so much fighters. That's something that I can explore as I get my feet a little bit more wet when it comes to streaming. The control surfaces and peripherals that I have right now for the simulator represent the actual airplane I'm flying. So for instance, if I'm flying an Airbus A320neo, I do have an Airbus side stick and the Airbus throttle quadrant by Thrustmaster to control the airplane. And with the Boeing airliners, like the 747, 73, 78, you know, whichever ones, I do have the Boeing yoke and throttle quadrant for the simulator that Thrustmaster makes as well. So I have both of them. I do have another Thrustmaster joystick and throttle quadrant that is more meant for fighters. I don't have a lot of experience with them, but if you have any suggestions as to what airplanes you'd like to see, go ahead and throw them in the chat. And same thing with routing. If you want to visit a particular city or particular country, go ahead and throw it in the live chat. Message me on Instagram, leave comments on my Instagram letting me know where you'd like to go, and I will certainly take them all into consideration and take suggestions. One thing to keep in mind, obviously, I do fly all in real time, so I do not take any shortcuts. So if you pick somewhere long and it's really something that somebody wants, I will do it, but, you know, it's real time. So if you pick somewhere from, let's say, Atlanta to Seattle, you would be expecting that full flight. And I believe the German fighters that had the whistles, I believe those were the Stukas, if I'm not mistaken. I think they were called Jericho whistles, I think. I might be wrong. There we go, starting our descent. Engines are coming down now, looking absolutely perfect on our way into Sydney. Now that our descent has started, let's pop back in the flight deck. We're going to come down here and turn our seatbelt signs on and get everybody buckled in to let them know that we are coming down. And we're probably going to honestly experience a few bumps on our way down. Because that headwind, man, look at that, 56 knots of a headwind. We were up to 70 knots before. Slowed us down quite a bit on our way to Sydney. Hopefully we won't have any struggles with that going on later. Starting a nice big turn here. Oh my goodness. You see that turning right there? That's the LNAV not being exactly perfect, and the airplane's overcorrecting itself. It'll get itself on course eventually, and sometimes you might have to help it out, but that's what I mean by the freeware developer. Are we going to fly over the Sydney Opera House? We actually may see it. We may see it. Yes. Doing well in our descent so far, just about to pass through 32,000 feet. And if you're unfamiliar with the progress bar up top, I'll go over it really quickly. This is obviously flight progress, so the more that red bar fills, the closer we are getting to our destination. Our altitude right here, you can see we are descending below 31,500 feet. Our airplane heading on the compass, the direction that we are pointing. Our ground speed, currently sitting at 438 knots right now, which translates to just below 500 miles an hour. Estimated time of arrival, I gotta fix this. That should say DTG for distance to go. But every single time I try to fix it, I kind of mess this whole layout up, and, you know, it's frustrating. So I'm just gonna leave it as is for now until I can have a good afternoon to really sit there and plug away at this. Work, my day job, has just been driving me nuts lately. Not driving me nuts, I shouldn't say that. It's been busy lately. So I haven't really had time. Believe me, right after work I come home and either, you know, play some Xbox with my friends, or, you know, the first thing I don't feel like doing is going and messing around with this stuff. Call sign right there, you can see QF1018, and then the airplane type B748, which stands for Boeing 747-800. On our way down to Sydney, Australia from Brisbane. Is it Brisbane or Brisbane? If I am pronouncing it incorrectly, I apologize. $95 miles to go. Arriving in about 14 minutes according to our FMC there, but I think that might be, again, giving us a little bit more credit. We're giving us a little bit more time, and the airplane isn't really descending as much and as quickly as I would like it to. But we should be alright. I just sure remind everybody watching again, I know I say this a lot, but please, if you wouldn't mind hitting that like button, clicking the subscribe button, and turning on the notifications so you'll be notified whenever I go live, I'd greatly appreciate it. We're only 2 away from our goal of 25 currently. We are almost there. We are so close. 2 more to go. We can either hit that goal by today or tomorrow to meet our original goal of August 1st. Now, if we don't hit that goal, it's still not the end of the world. The goal's still going to extend outside of August 1st. It's not like I'm going to pack up shop and leave. We're still going to keep going. And when we hit the 25 goal, a special stream will be going up. And if that happens today, the stream will be tomorrow. If it happens tomorrow, the stream will be Monday, and so on. Honestly, I think the celebratory stream will actually be on the weekend only. So the celebratory stream will be on Saturday or Sunday next week. Or tomorrow, just because that stream's going to be a little bit of a longer one. So thank you to all that have subscribed so far. Really appreciate it. Means a lot to me. We've grown so much already. 23 subscribers in just about a month of streaming. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you to everybody. Your support means a lot to me. You know, I was reading an article yesterday about how many airplanes are currently under development. I think it was over 220 airplanes in development. 100 and such of those have been officially announced, like we know what the airplanes are. And another 100 and change of those we don't know what they are. The developers told Microsoft that they are developing an airplane for the simulator, but they have not mentioned what the airplane is. And I know some of them that are coming are like the Antonov 225 Mraya. That is one that we are going to be doing because it is bigger than the 747. I know you said you like airlines, but have you ever considered the B-29? Oh, absolutely. Old bombers like that are absolutely something that we can do. Unfortunately, there just isn't one for the simulator available yet, but I imagine that is something that's coming. Like I said, I can only fly airplanes that are available to the community. There are some older... I don't think there's any older bombers, but there's older jet fighters. Like I said, I'm pretty sure there's a MiG-14. I think there might even be an 18, too, or a 19. Not sure, I have to look. But B-29 is definitely something that we can do. I've also been looking into the Pmdg DC-6. And if you're not familiar with what the DC-6 is, that is a 4-engine piston airplane from the 1950s, before jet engines really became popular. Oh, all I have seen of this game is Dr. Disrespect raging at it. Dr. Disrespect, man, let me tell you. That man, he gets so mad at Warzone, but I completely understand. I haven't played Warzone in a minute. Used to play it all the time, you know, when COVID first started and I started working from home, and that's really all I could do after work was play video games. Warzone was my thing. I met a lot of good friends through Warzone, you know, and we try to play it now, and it's just painful. That's all I'll say about it. It's just a painful experience, and you know, for someone that doesn't have all the time in the world to dump into Warzone, like, obviously, yeah, I have today. I'm a PvP player, so I played Thieves and Hunt Showdown. Oh, cool. Very nice. Sea of Thieves, I know a few friends that play that. I've never heard of Hunt Showdown. You know, I like simulation, and I like strategy games, like, for instance, not sure if you've heard of it, but a game like Silent Hunter 3, or any of the Silent Hunter series, and there's a game called U-Boat, that I really enjoy, and that's about submarine warfare, so being tactical with submarines, and managing your crew, and loading torpedoes, and that's a really fun one. That's something that I enjoy quite a lot. That's not for everyone, for sure, but I really enjoy it. You can see Sydney starting to appear out there, so we are going to turn down the music, everybody, and the game volume is going to come up. There we go, looking good. If you can't hear me or you're having a hard time hearing me over the airplane, please let me know. I think it sounds pretty good right now, currently standing where we are. You're going to come out of standard mode on the altitude. You're also going to slow the airplane. No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to mess with that. Every single time I do, I mess something up. We're not going to touch it. We're going to let the airplane do what it wants to. Whenever I go ahead and mess around with things and go against what the airplane wants me to do, something always gets messed up. I do think we're still a little high, though. We are very high for where we need to be, which is what makes me want to slow the airplane down. So we're going to go for it. We're going to bring this into managed speed mode. We're going to slow the airplane down to 250 knots. Okay, this is why I wanted to land a little bit earlier. We're also going to open up the speed brakes as well to help slow us down. So you can see those opening up there. Like I said, I just really don't want to be put in a dangerous situation where we're going way too fast. Because as we stand right now, we are way too high. Go, just managing everything properly, which we are still high, man. Like, I think that's just something that's wrong with the airplane itself. Like I said, you know, it's okay. If we have to go around, we'll go around. I'm not going to force the airplane down. Alright, I've taken over from the autopilot on the VNAV portion of this, at least. Like I said, I just kind of feel like we are still really high and we're really fast, so we're going to slow the airplane down quite a lot. Just get us right before our... What is going on? Oh, yeah, we're really high. Okay. So, maybe, with a little bit of luck, we'll be able to make it down in one piece and perfectly fine. Yeah, that's our runway right in front of us there. And we are way too high. So we're going to have to go around. For sure. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to slow up our descent just a little bit. Take our speed brakes off. We're going to take our heading mode into managed, and we are going to do a full 180-degree turn. Get that selected. There we go. Initiating it on our own. We're just going to enter a pattern here. This is the problem I've had with the 747 with the salty version. Like I said, I knew I should have started descending earlier and not even using the VNAV approach for the descent. I kind of knew that this was going to happen. So, it is what it is. Better safe than sorry when it comes to this kind of stuff. If this was real life, they would be initiating a turn like this if they were too high. Now, I don't use air traffic control. That's something that I need to get into as well. A lot of the other flight simulator streamers use the air traffic control, but me, I'm kind of a casual flight simmer. You know, I'm not really into procedure. I mean, I'm into procedure when it comes to the airplane, you know, most of the time, but when there's procedures that, you know, can be loosely followed, such as air traffic control and go-arounds and situations like this, I'm going to take advantage of that. You know, I'm not a real big guy that's going to go too deep into the realism. There's the Opera House out there, whoever was asking for it. There it is. You can see it off in the distance. There's the Opera House. Oh, cool. Oh, yeah. We'll get a better view of it as we land, actually. We'll probably see it in the replay. A lot better than we saw it there. We're still kind of far away, so, you know, the simulator, obviously, if you're far away from something, it's not going to render in the objects as fully, just because there wouldn't really be a need to, given how far away you are. You know, Dr. Shark released the name of his own game in a little demo, did he? That's not surprising. He is one of the most popular streamers in the world, if I'm not mistaken. Funny guy. The 3-time. Or 2-time. The 2-time. The Doc. Tim the Tat Man, I like him too. I am Marksman, I like him as well. Marksman really focuses on, like, the multiplayer Call of Duty content. I know Dr. Disrespect plays a lot of different video games as well. Like, I know he plays Tarkov a lot. Well, not a lot. I've seen him playing Tarkov. Not sure if that's one of his regulars. But, yeah, what's the name of the game? What's it about? I don't watch him much anymore, but I feel like he knows how to make a good, fast-paced PvP game. Oh, yeah, absolutely. He's been You know, here's the thing about him is his character, I feel like, resonates with a lot of people. You know, and that's really where I kind of feel like he connects with his audience a lot. And yeah, he does rage and he does get upset about stuff, but you know what? That's all part of the fun. I kind of feel like that's all part of the shtick. Oh, some weather just loaded in. Speaking of which, let's get our METAR data ready for Brisbane here. Let's get a nice wing view of the scenery starting to float in. Alright, current conditions in Sydney right now, 45 degrees Fahrenheit. It's winter time. 6 knots of a wind speed coming in from heading of 330, 6.25 mile visibility, no ceiling, which is interesting. But yeah, we're looking good to get right into Sydney here. Starting to get nice and low, which is exactly what we want. Said these big airplanes, man, they take a lot to slow down and they descend very slowly. Dead dropping. We don't know much. It was kind of like a graphics and look demo, no mechanics yet, but I started watching him. H1Z went back in 2016. Yeah, see, I didn't really start watching. Like I said, I didn't really watch him a lot. I watch more of his content, meaning like not so much his live streams. I watch more of his released videos or compilations. You know, his streams usually, you know, they have a tendency of going a long time. What is our auto throttle doing, man? Let's... For whatever reason, we're not following... We're following a path. Let's put ourselves in approach mode now anyway. Landing lights are going to come on. Let everybody know we are coming down. Taxi lights come on as well. Come down here and check our fasten seatbelt signs, which they are on. Auto brakes, we're going to come down here. We're going to put those up to, let's do auto brake 1. We're not that heavy, so there's no need to push the brakes more than we absolutely have to. Same, yeah. His content to me, like his live streams, they're great, you know, I just don't, which is kind of funny because I'm streaming now, you know. I don't have a lot of time to watch his streams fully, and when I do watch live streams, they're usually podcasts. You know, like, I'll watch podcasts live, like Pat McAfee. He's usually one of the ones I watch daily. We're going to start another 90-degree turn here. Coming right on down. My new favorite podcaster is Lex Free. What's he talk about? What's his genre? I guess if you want to call it. Approach mode is still on. We're about to cross the path of the runway. We should start turning on our own in just a few moments. Oops. Go ahead, we'll come down here, we'll get some flaps down as well. We'll go flaps 1 for now, just to get us started. Pray for me, everybody, hoping this landing is smooth and successful. Like I said, 747 and I, not that we're not friends, it's just that sometimes, you know, it's a big airplane, alright? I fly Airbus A320s and Pmdg 737s. Small airplanes. He is an MIT graduate, and it's just very interesting, mind-thinking conversations like space history, science in general. Ooh, I would enjoy that. I can go off on some tangents when it comes to that. And thank you for the prayers. Hopefully we don't need that. You don't want to hear a pilot saying that over the intercom when you're about to come and land into your destination, huh? We're going to bring the speed back down just a little bit more as well. Open up our flaps to
2,500
degrees. 2,500 feet in elevation, as you just heard right there. Get our replay window up. We will start recording the replay. Hopefully the replay isn't
2,500
dangerous. Keeping our turn going to line up with the runway. Alright, everybody, enjoy the arrival into Sydney.
$2,500.
Oh, be quiet. Maybe slow down a little bit early as well. but that's not a big deal.
2,500.
Oh, stop it. We get it. I'm at 2,500 feet in radar altitude. You don't need to keep telling me.
2,500.
Oh, he's going to keep telling me. He's going to keep repeating it over and over again the more of these hills we go over.
$2,500.
Tripping, boy. Don't worry, that'd be my response too.
2,500. $2,500.
Just checking for sight of the field. There it is. I can see it out there. There's our runways just out there. We're really low. If I ever saw a 7, we're low where we are now just because I like to do this. You know, I like to bring this airplane in slower. I don't have a lot of experience with it. So we're doing fine. Our speed's perfectly fine. It's just taking us a little longer, other than our TCAS going crazy there. All right.
$2,500.
Having to do our approach,
2,500.
just in case you missed it. I know, right? My God. You should stop saying that shortly. Now that we're getting,
2,500.
or maybe not. Alright, getting more lined up with our runway now. Everybody
2,500.
enjoy the arrival into Sydney, and please ignore that guy and ignore the bells and whistles going on in the cockpit. Everything's fine, I promise. Alright, we can start slowing the airplane down just a little bit more here. Bring out 10 degrees of flaps as well.
2,500.
Everybody enjoy the arrival into Sydney. Thank you for joining me. Really appreciate it. Tell that guy, enough with the 2,500. I know. He's just letting us know, you know, hey, 2,500, I. Just letting us know we're getting a little close. Not exactly lined up on the center line. That's just because our LNAV and VNAV isn't doing exactly what I'd like it to. So I think what we're going to do after this, ladies and gentlemen, for our second leg, we're actually going to switch over to the Pmdg 7.3. I don't think we are going to be sticking with the 7.4. Let me know what you think. Don't want to disappoint anyone. All right, that should be the last 2,500 alarm that we are going to be receiving.
2,500.
Oh, I lied. Flaps coming down to 20. Alright, enjoy the arrival into Sydney, everybody. Gear coming down at 5 miles out. Okay, gear is coming down. Gear is down. Everybody enjoy the arrival. Flaps to 25. And flaps to 30. Alright, going over to my control now. Enjoy it.
1,000.
A little bit off the center line here. Small adjustments. We have an 11 knot crosswind coming off of our right hand side. Might make things a little tricky.
Minimum. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Whew. All right. Welcome to Sydney, everybody. Clap, clap, clap. You know it. Hope you enjoyed that arrival. We need to roll down the runway just a little bit more and turn off to our left up here and begin our track back to the terminal. But not before we take a look at our replay. Nice job. Thank you. It was a little rough. Big airplane, as I said. Good job as always. Thank you very much. Big, big airplane. I will never not say that about the 747. Alright, let's turn on off up here to our left. Get us straight right here. Get us slowed down and get our parking brake set so we can start the replay. Alright. That's actually probably the best landing I've ever done in the 747 yet since I've been practicing, and I'm extremely proud of myself. Not to toot my own horn, but toot toot. Alright, let's pull out the replay window again and get our replay stopped. There it is. When we're going to hit play, the screen's going to go berserk. We're probably going to hear a lot of alarms, bells, and whistles, so my apologies.
Minimum.
Yeah, holy cow. We are started the arrival very... There we go. Get this view first. You can see me working the control surfaces there. Getting this big girl into Sydney. All those movements that you're seeing is me going left, right, left, right, left, right, keeping the airplane lined up as the wind is pushing us. We had an 11 knot, like 11 to 14 knot crosswind coming off the right, pushing us around a little bit. But it's a 747. I mean, the airplane weighs 600,000 pounds, so those winds aren't really going to be pushing it around too much, but a little bit of corrections here and there were required, nothing too crazy. that fast back in the air. Nope, it's just a replay. Replay of the landing. Oh. Yeah. All right. Alright, very cool. We'll get one more view of the landing from the other side. Stop the camera track recording. We will come back a little bit more, get us about up here, and switch cameras to the other side. Oh wait, you know what? Let's go back a little bit more actually. Let's bring the replay window back up. Stop this, pause that. We want to see the Opera House. We'll see if we can see it. Not sure exactly where it is in relation to the airport. I'm pretty sure it's back there. Pretty sure we already missed it. That touchdown wasn't quite as rough as I was expecting it to be. Certainly not smooth, I can promise you that. Alright. Like I said, a little rough. I need to flare a little bit more. I flare too late. That's my problem. What flaring is you're pulling back on the control forces. Look at that, the engine's opening up there. So it's so beautiful there. I wish I could visit someday. A little rough, but we made it. Told you. I had full disclosure that the landing may not be exactly up to snuff, but it wasn't too terrible. We are here. We have arrived in Sydney, everybody. Let's go ahead and end the replay and get back into the cockpit and taxi to our gate. Forward this along right here. Stop the timeline. Let's get back into the cockpit. There we are. Come over here. Disconnect our brake. Our parking brake. Flaps are going to come full forward. Landing lights are going to come off. Taxi lights will remain on. Come over here as well. We will turn off our strobes, and everything else can stay on. So we are good. Let's go ahead and taxi to our gate, everybody. Where do we need to go? Terminal is that way. going to take this first left-hand turn here and immediately start following it. Hope everybody enjoyed the arrival. Wasn't the best, but certainly wasn't the worst, that's for sure. Let's go up here, let's get our APU started. Let's taxi over to our terminal and get this bad boy offloaded. Now question, do you want me to stay in the 747 or do you want me to switch it up to a 7.3? Question for everybody. What would you like to see? Now that we've landed, I'd just like to remind everybody to please, if you haven't already, I know we gained a subscriber today and I thank you so much, please hit the like button, click on subscribe and turn on notifications if you are new here for the channel. I would greatly appreciate it. It would mean a lot to me to make this channel grow. We have our goal of 25 subscribers by tomorrow afternoon. By tomorrow's stream, the end of tomorrow's stream, we want to be at 25 subscribers. We are nearly there, everybody. So close. Thank you to all who have subscribed so far. I really appreciate it. It looks like we are about to go over a little bridge type deal. See what this is about to do. A little bumpy. Right, we will take this left-hand turn here. Turn back onto the runway we just landed on real quickly. You want to stay in the 747 or do you want to go down to the Pmdg 7.3? Much smaller airplane, much smaller. What do you guys want? Want me to suck it up and stay in the 7.4? What do you want me to do? Smaller, go faster. Well, the 747 actually is faster than the 7.3. Much faster, believe it or not. Seeing some other heavies over there, that's where we're looking to go. Join our other big friends. I see a big old tail over there, that looks like an A380 to me. It's exactly where we want to go. You can tell that was Dave Kelly. Uh-oh. Dave. Dave, why don't you do me a favor? Subscribe to the channel, Dave. We're two away. See what airplane that is. I believe that was an A380 tail I see sticking right up over the top of the terminal over there. The Dreamliner right in front of us. A couple other 747s for cargo operations over there. Yep, that's an A380, just like I suspected. So that's where we're going to go. We're going to go join our wide-body friend over there. taking that first parking spot up on our left. Right there, we will follow it straight in. Make sure we get nice and straight. Alright, that's gonna about do it, everybody. We're going to turn on the parking brake up here. We'll come up top, get our APU generators both turned on now that we have the APU running, and now we can shut down our engines one at a time, and let's pop outside. My goodness, what is going on? Alright, very good. We'll go ahead and get the jetway connected. Let's get our baggage crew up and connected to the airplane and get everything going as far as that goes. And let's get our power truck going as well to start deboarding all of our current passengers. And we will continue on to Melbourne, Australia. Thank you so much for joining me on the first leg to Sydney from Brisbane. We are going to Melbourne next, so we're just going to take a quick 5 to 10 minute break. We're going to, what do we want to do? I think what we're going to do is we are going to switch over to the Pmdg 737. So bear with me just a moment, everybody, while I get that configured. It'll be about 10 minutes. Hang around, get up, stretch your legs, grab some coffee, grab some food. Really appreciate everybody joining me so far in the beautiful 747, but we are retiring her for now. That was fun. We're going to go ahead and jump back into something I know more well. So let's go ahead and get the second leg going. One of my favorite music artists lives in Melbourne. Oh yeah, good old Tash Sultana. Coming in from Melbourne, Australia. That's where we're going next, so absolutely perfect. You can go ahead and visit on our way to see Tosh. Be right back, everybody. Give me about 10 minutes, like I said. Get some food, stretch your legs, do whatever you have to do, and I'll be right back, and we'll continue our journey through Australia. Thank you, everybody. 10 minutes, please. Alright, my apologies that took a while, everybody. Pmdg updated the 737, so I had to download and install the updates. And then once you download and install the updates, it takes quite a while to reload into the simulator just because of how big the mod is and the content is. It takes a long time for the simulator to reload and add all of it to the cache and everything and do what it has to do, but we're all loaded up now, and we are good to go. You can see our luggage cars are pulling up to the side of the airplane, and this is a brand new airplane. We ditched the 747. Love the 747, but we want our last leg to be in something I have a lot more experience in, such as the much smaller Boeing 737-700 here. You can see still in Qantas colors, but much better overall in regards to my experience with it. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump inside the cockpit. Nothing is up and going. It's all cold and dark. This might be the first flight of the day in this airplane for Qantas. So let's go up here. Let's get our ground power on. Well, we're going to have to get our battery switch turned on first. There we go. Let's get this out of here. There we go. Alright, perfect. Now we can get our ground power connected. Alright, you can hear the ground power come to life there. Emergency exit switches are going to come on. Fastened, no smoking signs are going to come on. Alright, looking good. And our navigation lights are already selected down to the on position. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to come up here over to our IRS and align our internal navigation computers. There they go. Into align. We're going to come down here. We're going to click on FMC. Position init. Wait for our little box to pop up here to set the IRS position. There it is. Copy in our coordinates. Paste those in. The IRS is going to start doing its thing and start aligning, which is perfect. Next thing that we need to do is get our routing information implemented into the routing computer. So we'll click route here. And then we will hit flight plan request. What's this? That's not what we want. Are we able to bring this in from SimBrief? I thought we could. Okay. Either way, no big deal. We can do this manually. Let's bring up our flight plan here on SimBrief and get everything entered that we need to. So first off, we're starting from YSSY, which is Sydney, so YSSY. Enter that into our origin, and we are arriving to YMML, which is Melbourne. Enter that in as our destination. Our flight number today for this leg is QF 8432. QF843, what do you mean invalid entry? Oh, flight number, not COVID. Alright, looking good there. Go to next page via, we're going to start entering in our airways. Before we do that, we are actually going to enter our departures. So they want us going out of runway 34 left out of Sydney. So we'll select 34 left there, and they want us taking the WOL2 departure, which we will enter there, and then there's no transition. That's perfectly fine. We'll go back to our route now that we have this there. Perfect. After that, we are going direct to WOL. Oh, my goodness. As you can see, we have many different things named WOL there, so we have to come down to our flight plan and decide which one it is. It's Wollongong, which is this one right here. So we'll enter that in for Wollongong, which is kind of a weird name, but we will manage. From there, we're going to bring on the H65 airway, so we'll go H65, plug that into the airways. From there, we're going to RAZI, RAZZI. Enter that in, good to go. From there, we're going on the Q29 airway, and then we are headed to Lizzie, LIZZI. Looking good. Now the next thing we need to do is enter in our arrival. We'll activate that flight plan and execute it in. Looking over here to departures and arrival, and it looks like we are arriving on runway 34. Let's see. Runway 34 coming in on the Lysia 8A 34 arrival, which is this right here. And for transitions, I think that's all we have, but that's all we need, so we'll click execute on that. Looks like we are good to go. The only thing we need to do is check our legs on the plan and just make sure everything's looking good. So click on the legs page. We'll come up here and go over to plan. And now, when we hit step, we can start viewing the plan and just making sure that everything looks right. So there's our departure. Step, step, step. There we go. Our departure out of Sydney. Everything's looking good there. Alright, looking good. Oop, looks like we do have a discontinuity here, but we can delete that right out of here. Invalid delete. Okay. So from Actel, we have to go direct to Tonar, it looks like, which is what it's going to want us to do. So let's put Tonar in there, and it should do this automatically for us. There we go. Alright, looking good. I'm happy with that. Clear our master caution out of there. Let's bring this back over to map. We are good to go. The only thing we have to do now is come over here to our menu, and we have to get our fuel plugged in. So we'll come down here to our fuel sheet. And looks like for this leg of the journey today through Australia, we have 12,389 pounds of fuel. We'll get that loaded in. There it goes. Good. We'll come back in here. We'll go to our payload. We'll find out exactly how many passengers we have today. So let's go down to our zero fuel weight, which today is looking like 121,100 pounds. So we'll just type in 121.1 on our zero fuel weight. And that gives us all of our passengers. Looks like we have 128 passengers on board today, which is perfectly fine. That's a full load. We are full. This airplane here. So, alright, they are all boarded and we are all good to go with that. So, I think we are all set on that end of things. Let's come back into here. We need to calculate our performance, which means we need to grab our gross weight. Which means we need to go back into our menu here and go to our payload to get our gross weight, which is 133,000 pounds even. So we'll just type in 133.0. There it is there. We'll leave our planned fuel alone. We will enter in our reserve fuel, which for this journey is looking like it's going to be 2,153 pounds. So we'll just go 2.1 for our reserve fuel. And then our cost index for this journey is 23. We'll add in 23, giving us a maximum flight level of 38,500 feet, but we're only taking that up to 34,000 feet. We go, execute that in. Our average cruise wind on this journey, on our second leg, is coming in from a direction of 286 degrees at 45 knots. There we go, enter that in. Perfect. Alright, looking good there. We'll go back over to our N1 limit. We need to grab our outside air temperature in Sydney. We will grab that real quick for Sydney Kingsford Smith International Airport, which is where we currently are. We need it in Celsius, so we are currently sitting at 7 degrees Celsius. Invalid entry, of course it is. What about 07 or 7.0? Okay, whatever. Or do we need to add the plus? +7. Invalid entry. Okay, whatever. I'm not going to bother screwing around with that. We're going to derate our thrust down to Let's go 2. We'll derate our thrust down to 87.5% N1. No need to push the engines any more than we have to. Flaps, we're going to always set to 5 degrees, which is your standard when it comes to a 737. We need to grab our center of gravity information from the payload screen. 23.4% is our center of gravity. So let's add that in, 23.4. That's going to give us a trim level of 5.73. We'll come down here and get our trim level set. See that little needle moving right there? We'll get that to about 5 3/4 of the way down. There we go. That should be about good. Alright, we should be ready to push, everybody. Enter in our speeds. Looking good there. I think we are all set to go. I don't think there's anything else that we need to do to get the airplane going other than coming up here and configuring our autopilot. So we want 38,000 feet on the altitude. So we'll plug that in. 34,000 feet rather, not 38. Plugging in 34,000 feet. Looking good there. Let's go ahead and grab our speeds. We want V2 plus 10 on the auto throttle, so that's 146. Plugging 146 in, auto throttle is going to get armed. Our flight directors are both going to get armed. And then our VNAV and LNAV are both going to be armed. Looking good there. Perfect. Brakes are going to come down to RTO, looking good. So we are all ready to go. We are ready to push and get the airplane started in just a moment. First thing we're going to want to do is we're going to want to come over here and turn on one of our fuel pumps, our aft left fuel pump. We're going to come over here to our APU master switch, putting that down into the on position, then click it down. See the exhaust gauge flick there, and you're going to start to see the exhaust gas temperature gauge start to increase. That's how you know the APU is starting to spool up. Mount Fuji someday, absolutely. We actually did have flown through Tokyo already in an all Nippon Airways 737-700, just like this 737. We have done Japan, but we will be doing it again, so don't worry. Don't worry at all. We've done Hawaii, we've done the Middle East, we've done England, we've done Switzerland, we've done France. What else? Where else have we gone? We've done Japan, as I said. We've been all over the place in the United States. We've been up through Canada. Haven't quite made it to South America yet. That's coming up. I was researching that the other day. Looks like APU is looking good. We can turn on the APU generators now right here. Alright, there we go. Looking good. We need to turn our fasten seatbelt signs on as well. Come on now. There we go. Keep those on. APU will stay off for now, but our packs can come over to the auto position. Athens or Pompeii or Rome, definitely for sure. We have been to Italy, we've done Milan, we haven't done Rome, but that is definitely going to go on my list now. Thank you for that suggestion. Come over here, we're going to get our anti-collision lights turned into the on position now that the APU is started. We'll come up top, we will get our yaw damper switch on. All of our spoilers and flight control guard switches are going to be closed. Same thing with our alternates, those are going to stay closed. Navigation switches are all going to stay on normal. For our displays, the source is going to stay on auto, and our control panel is going to stay on normal. Fuel temperature is looking good, nothing out of the ordinary there. Fuel pumps will stay off for now until we are ready to start the airplane. We're going to come up right now, we're going to keep this on standby power. We're going to bring this down to APU gen. Galley power is on. This stays closed for our battery switches. Our standby power and drive disconnect switch guards are going to stay down. Ground power, we can click up into off just to make sure. Looking good. Wipers and everything stay off. Moving back up top here, window heats are going to come into the on position. Our probe heaters are going to stay off for now until we're ready for pushback. We're going to come down here as well and turn our electronic hydraulic motors on as well. We'll come over here. Packs will remain where they are. Isolation switch will come up into the auto position, and our APU bleed can come on now. You can hear the air start to go through the cabin and cockpit. We're going to switch this down to cool, just so everybody can be nice and air conditioned in the cockpit there. Have some nice fresh air just in case there's any nervous flyers with us. Cruising altitude's coming up to 34,000 feet just so the cabin pressurizes so we all don't die of hypoxia. And looks like we are all good to go as far as the overhead panel is concerned, and we are good to push the airplane back. So we are departing runway 34 left. Let's get our VFR map uploaded here, and let's see. We need 34 left, which should be this direction. That's 34 left right here, exactly as I thought. So we are going to have to get quite a long taxi ride. We're going to push back into our right. We are going to go straight out of here, take a left. All right, I got it. Should have no problem getting to our runway. Let's get up here and plan our pushback. Get this here and get ourselves turned. Make sure the ground crew puts us in a nice spot. There we go. Enter that in, and we will request
Cockpit
it.
to
He's
ground.
gonna hook up to the airplane.
Ground, stand by.
Get some wing views in to see what we're going to be looking at today. There goes the jetway disconnecting. There's engine number 1. Let's come over here. Engine number 2 from inside the airplane. So cool. Coming to the rear, an over wing view behind engine number 2. Now coming back over here behind the airplane, also an over wing view behind engine number 1. Those are our views of the airplane today. We can come back outside now while we wait for them to all disconnect. While he's connecting, we gotta come over here and tell our ground services
Okay,
crew
sir.
members to
Bypass is
please
installed. All doors
leave.
and hatches closed and all ground equipment is removed.
We are cleared for start and push.
Alright, they are detaching from the airplane now, and they will
Parking
be
brakes are
leaving.
released.
You're gonna hear the guy sitting in the pushback truck saying, please release parking brake.
It will
Please
start in the
release parking
sequence.
brake. The parking brake, oh, okay, never mind, we are leaving. Okay, I guess our parking brake wasn't engaged, but that's no problem. I guess we're not going to start engines until we're pushed back, just to account for the pushback tugs that are currently stuck to the airplane. So we're going to stay in here for now while we get pushed back, and we will start engines once we are pushed back completely. Looks like we are all pushed back there, setting the parking brake. No? What's the problem, parking brake?
Please set parking brakes.
Alright, I'm going, I'm trying.
Parking brake set. Ground.
What's up
You
with
may
that?
disconnect.
Okay, sir. Clear to disconnect.
interesting.
Pin has been removed. See you at the side. Have a good
See
flight.
you at the side. Yes, sir.
Holding
Absolutely.
position waiting for the visual. Thank you and goodbye.
Oh my god, why is this taking so long? Like I said, they just updated the airplane, and anybody who knows anything about video games, whenever they update content, sometimes things don't always go as planned. As you can see why it's taking forever for our luggage cards to leave. They stayed attached to the airplane because our pushback guy just started ramming us backwards. We had no choice. Wait for this guy to back out. Come on now. Sometime today, please. There we go. Thank you. Love of God. Alright, we can start the engines now. We're going to come up here and turn our pack switches off. They need to be off in order to start the engines. We'll come down here now, or up here rather. We will start engine number 2 first. So engine number 2 comes over to ground. Come over here to our engine instruments and observe that we have N2 percentage rising, which it is right there. Come up top, we have N1 rotation as well. Once N2 right here hits 25%, we will engage our fuel and get the engine started and pop out over to the wing to have a listen. Alright, sounds like we have a good start of engine number 2. We are going to come up top here and do the same thing for engine number 1 while turning on the rest of our fuel pumps. Oopsies. Bring this over to ground. Come down here, watch for N2 rotation. There it is, coming to life. Come up top and watch for N1 rotation. There it is, coming to life as well. We'll come down here once again. Once that reaches 25%, we will come down here and engage our fuel. And then pop out into the cabin to listen to the start. Go 25%. Do air traffic controller things ever mess in real life and crash? I'm confused as to what you mean. Do you mean air traffic controllers in real life messing up things and airplanes crash? Yes, that does happen. Unfortunately. As far as the simulator goes, I don't use air traffic control in the simulator just because it's annoying in my opinion. Especially the in-game built air traffic control. It's not exactly the best, but alright, looks like we got our good engine starts. We're coming inside now. What's going on with our parking brake? Still not letting us set it. Not sure what's going on there. But anyways, engine switches come over to continuous. Engine generator switches both come on. There we go. An APU switch comes off. Come over here and turn our packs both to auto. APU bleed comes off. Looking good there. Pro Peats can both come on. Fasten seatbelt signs are on. We're looking good to go there. Taxi light switch can come on. We are going to get flaps to 5 degrees. There we go. Flaps to 5. Let's watch the flaps come down. Like the people that drive on the runways. Oh yeah, that's actually a common accident as well. When airplanes are being pushed back, they slam into other airplanes, hit telephone poles, you name it, it happens, unfortunately. But we are ready to go, everybody. Let's get taxied out to our runway. Come down here, add a little bit of power to get us moving. There we are, rolling nicely off the ramp. Let's go get to our runway, everybody, and get out of Sydney for Melbourne on this Saturday morning in Australia and Saturday afternoon for us here in the US. Just checking out our map here, making sure that we are heading the right direction. Which we are. We're just going to head straight out here. And we are going to take a right-hand turn up ahead. Cross our departure runway and follow this straight all the way down. Once we get out of the terminal area, which will be in just a moment, we can increase our speed on the ground here, but for now, just to remain in safety accordances, we need to keep the speed down just a little bit. Here is our turn right here. There's our departure runway. We are going to cross real quickly. And then we are going to take the first left after crossing the runway and follow that taxiway all the way down until we turn onto our departure runway. Left-hand turn and just follow this all the way down to the end of the runway so we can go ahead and depart. We will do a replay of this departure as well. This will be a classic turn and burn departure as well. We will not be holding short of the runway at all. We're going to turn right on and let her rip. Looking good as we depart, or get closer to our departure runway. Departure runway is just on our left there. Cycle a couple of views as we're taxiing. Hope everybody enjoys the departure out of Sydney, Australia for Melbourne. Last leg of the day. Of of course, thank you all for hanging out with me and showing your support for the channel. I really appreciate that. In our Pmdg 737-700, they just released the 600 series. I actually quite enjoy the 600 series. It's shorter than this one, holds less passengers. Wasn't a very popular seller as far as the version of a 737 is concerned, but that's okay. Still a 737 nonetheless, right? 737 is most commonly what you'd fly on if you take Southwest Airlines. That is 737 700s and 800s along with the MAX series. But okay, replay mode is going to be initiated. We'll start recording the replay. Like I said, everybody, we're doing a turn and burn departure, so there is no stopping short of the runway. We are turning on and getting out of here. So enjoy the departure out of Sydney, everybody, from Melbourne. Thank you for being here. Headphone users, this might get loud, so account for that. Alright, everybody. Enjoy. Throttle's coming up to 40%. Alright, engines have stabilized in toga.
Airspeed alive. 80 knots. V1 rotate.
V1 rotate. Up we go. Positive rate of climb. Gear comes up. A left-hand turn to get on course. What a beautiful departure, everybody. Alright, let's go ahead and catch that replay. Come on to our replay tool here. Stop that. Hit play. Camera track recording, and let's get this view first, or no, we'll get this view, or do we want this one? We'll do this one first. Enjoy the replay departure, everybody. Not sure why they're clapping, but thank you. Alright, we will get one more view. What is going on? So we'll get another view here of the departure, and then that's the end of the replay for the departure. There's the Opera House out there on our right. We will be able to see it again once we come over here and hit stop on the replay and get back into the cockpit. Alright, looking good there, everyone. Great departure. As always, let's get our course more corrected here. Flaps coming up to 1. Let's get our autopilot on now. And the autopilot will take care of the rest for the departure. Alright, looking really good. Flaps can come clean now. Okay, fantastic. Well, a nice departure. You can see there climbing through 6,300 feet on our way out of Sydney for Melbourne. Beautiful. Just passed through 10,000 feet, means we need to come into the cockpit here and we need to Turn our lights off. Alright, looking good. Everything else looks good here. Alright. Everything is looking fantastic on our way to Melbourne. I certainly hope that everybody's having a good start to their Saturday afternoon. Thank you for taking precious time out of your day to come hang out with me on our adventures through Australia. Really, really appreciate it. Means a lot to me, everybody that comes and hangouts for each one of my streams. Just going to bring this up here as usual. Just remind everybody, if you haven't already, to please click that like button, hit subscribe, and turn on notifications for the channel. If you'd like to share the stream as well across your platforms, I wouldn't be mad at that either. Not going to force, not going to beg, but if you feel like doing so, thank you very much. I'd greatly appreciate it to make our stream grow. I say our stream because we're all here together. We're all hanging out together. And if we all enjoy aviation, you can't get anything better than that. So thank you very much for everybody who has subscribed so far. It really means a lot to me. Almost at our goal. We need 2 more to hit 25 by August 1st. If we hit 25 by this afternoon or tomorrow, I will be posting a celebratory stream either tomorrow if we hit the goal today, or next weekend if we hit the goal during the week during our stream tomorrow or our Monday or Friday stream. So keep a lookout for that. A celebratory stream coming up. Thank you to all who have subscribed so far. It means a lot to me. Really appreciate it. I'm going to throw this up there too. Go ahead and follow me on Instagram. There's my handle right there so you can be updated on everything I post or any live streams that may be postponed. And then also, again, hit the like button, hit subscribe, and turn on notifications. Do I like the Red Baron movie? Never seen it. Sorry to disappoint. If Sean Connery doesn't play the Red Baron, I would be upset. Alright, back in the cockpit, we need to go into standard mode on our altitude. Everything is looking good. Oh, MFMG, you're in for a treat? Oh, I hope so. I'm gonna have to check it out now. Alright, looking good. We should be arriving in about, I want to say, this says an hour and 3 minutes, but that's going to significantly shrink as we keep up with our climb and as we get higher. You'll see that number decrease. There is the ocean off of Australia there, peeking out outside over the right hand side of the wing. We can see the beautiful Australian countryside as we make our way up to 34,000 feet. That didn't work, LOL. What didn't work? Just climbing above 24,600 feet. Let's get back into the cockpit. Just really want to make sure everything is looking good. Make sure we don't have anything weird going on with our route. It's more of a Europe film, that's why I love Prime, but they do speak English, but mixed with German in the film. Ooh, okay. That sounds intriguing. Thank you for the suggestion. I will for sure check it out. Another good movie, if you are into World War I, World War II aviation, is called Flyboys. I know that's older. James Franco. Music is coming on, everybody. James Franco's in that movie, along with that French actor. I forget his name. No, that's not really narrowing it down, but let's jump outside the airplane now. Rest in peace, headphone users. The Aviator. Flyboys is good. Aviator is also really, really good. The movie Flight is also very good. A lot of good aviation movies out there, and I love every single one of them. You know what I like to do with those movies, too, is I like to pick them apart. You could say Pearl Harbor. Yeah, absolutely. I haven't seen that movie in a long time, but it is a good one. We can't forget Snakes on a Plane now. Wonder if Samuel L. Jackson knew what he was doing when he was making Snakes on a Plane. If he knew that it was just going to be outright outrageous. I would imagine so, because that's a crazy concept. That's all I'm going to say. Alright, still doing well on our climb, just reached our cruising altitude. Let's go ahead and get inside the cockpit, just make sure everything is looking all square, which it is. Let's get back over here to our progress tab. Looks like we are doing well also. Looks like we will be descending in 220... Yeah, it's alright, 227 miles until we begin our descent. Looking really, really good. Let's just check our distancing here, making sure that we are doing well, which we are. So this is a straight shot to Melbourne, everybody. An absolute straight shot. Hey everybody, I will be right back. I'm going to take a quick restroom break. I'm just going to throw the banner up on the screen. I am currently away from the stream, but I will be right back. Just need to use the restroom. Alright, everybody, I have returned. Red Tail's also good. I could talk about historic movies. Yes, Red Tail's. Is that about the Tuskegee Airmen, if I'm mistaken? Might be wrong. Or is that another movie I'm thinking of similarly named? Got about 40 minutes to go on the second leg, everybody. Thank you for joining me. A little bit of a longer stream today just due to the headwinds that we've been experiencing the entire stream. 58, 57 knot headwinds now, bringing our ground speed down to 391 knots when it should be 442. So headwinds are doing serious damage to our arrival time and our arrival expectations, but no big deal. We will manage. Yes, yep, exactly what I thought. Tuskegee Airmen. I actually received the National Tuskegee Airmen Award in high school when I was in JROTC, Air Force Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps. In regards to airliners under development for the simulator, I know earlier I had mentioned that there's over 200 currently in. So what's the destination? Brisbane. Nope, the destination this time around is Melbourne. If you take a look up the top there on the progress bar, above that you see departure and arrival. I'll try my best to explain the departures, but yes, YSSY was Sydney, YMML was Melbourne, where we are currently headed. We will be there shortly. But yeah, they have quite a bit of airplanes in development for the simulator. I know there's a Boeing 727 under development, which I am personally extremely excited for. An Airbus A380 by fly-by-wire, but we're probably not going to be expecting that for quite some time now. Many airplanes are in development. I know the Antonov 225, the world's largest cargo plane, one of one, that was actually destroyed in Ukraine, unfortunately, by Russian forces. They did destroy that airplane, the largest airplane to fly, well, not the largest airplane to fly, but the largest airplane that was still flying, unfortunately, was claimed by Russian attack in the Ukraine. So I know that they are bringing that to the simulator to bring it back to life, and they're also even talking about the Antonov 225 even being rebuilt. I do know that, let's see what this is doing here. I do know that they do have another fuselage of the Antonov 225 in storage somewhere in the Ukraine, so they plan on using that fuselage to complete the build. So that'll be fun to see that airplane come over. I know there's a Douglas DC-3 coming soon, or a C-47. Those are going to be coming shortly. Definitely going to be doing some flights in the DC-3. It's one of my favorite airplanes. Very charming, very slow, and very old. 1930... man. 38, 37 was the DC-3. DC-2 and DC-1 were a few years before. And then, of course, they were more popularly known as the C-47 in World War II, when America said, hey, we're going to take all of the airlines' DC-3s, and we are going to make them into airliners. I mean, make them into C-47s, which they did. And then the C-47 is actually an AC-47, which was a gunship, which was used widely in Vietnam, if I'm not mistaken, that had Gatling guns on the side for easy defense. Could fly low and slow over the jungles. Classic airplanes. They still get used. Still get used across the world. There's still a lot of them flying. I'm not sure exactly how many DC-3s are still flying. I can have a look. So looking at about 300 DC-3s still in operation, still in service, still flying, and many of those still perform operations to make money with them, cargo operations in Africa. Buffalo Airways uses DC-3s in Canada, along with the C-47, the Curtiss C-47, older piston-engine cargo airplanes that are rugged and tough and can survive adverse conditions in the cold and the heat, and that's exactly what they use them for. They can take off of gravel, dirt, ice, cement, asphalt, you name it, the DC-3 can take off from that surface. That's why they're still so popularly used. We are going to be starting our descent shortly, so hang in for the descent and arrival into Melbourne. Thank you everybody for hanging out today. It really means a lot to me and devoting your time on this Saturday afternoon to come hang out and chill and enjoy flights over Australia. I really appreciate it. Thank you. We'll be starting our descent very shortly. Looks like we only have about 73 nautical miles to go until we start our descent. And we will be arriving into Melbourne, it looks like in another 34 minutes, give or take. Alright, we need to start figuring out exactly when we need to start our descent. So we're going to come in here and let's have a look. 58 nautical miles to go. So let's take a look at our legs page and see exactly what altitude they want us to get down to before we begin our approach. And that's looking like it's probably going to be about 3,000 feet. So we'll come over here and we will enter in 3,000 feet into our altitude selector. Oopsies. On the autopilot, and we will start descending automatically once it comes time. The VNAV, which Pmdg said they completely reworked, apparently, or not reworked, but tweaked a little bit in the most recent update they provided, which I downloaded this morning, so we'll see exactly how accurate the VNAV is. It's definitely going to be a lot better than what the 747 had to offer, for sure. Anybody have any good plans going on for the rest of this weekend? Anybody going anywhere? Going out to dinner, maybe? Barbecues, beach? Just adjusting our views a little bit. Looks like we got some flickering going on in the bottom left. It was kind of going crazy. "35 nautical miles until we start our descent into the Melbourne area, ladies and gentlemen." Gonna be coming up on the start of our descent soon. 12 nautical miles to go until we start our descent, ladies and gentlemen, into Melbourne, Australia. Alright, we have started our descent, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go, 108 nautical miles to go until we reach our final destination of Melbourne, Australia. Look at those clouds, looking absolutely stunning as we descend into the area. Descending our way down now, just about to pass through 28,000 feet on our way down to Melbourne, everybody. Jump back into the flight deck, just make sure we are still looking good. The music is also going to be coming down now, and the game volume is going to go back up. Let's have a look at everything here. Just went below 25,000 feet, 80 nautical miles to go until we arrive into Brisbane. Not Brisbane, Melbourne. Can't wait for this one. Absolutely fantastic. Nice view there of the nose. Almost there, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be on the ground. Actually, let me go take a look. According to our FMC, we will be on the ground at 23:29 Zulu time. It's currently 23:11, so 18 minutes. 18 minutes until we are wheels down in Melbourne, everybody. What a nice, calm descent. Maybe picking up a few bumps here or there as we pass through these clouds, but once we pass through those, should be pretty smooth sailing and a pretty smooth ride for an arrival right into Melbourne. Again, I'm going to throw this up here if you are new here. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'll ask that you please, if you wouldn't mind, hitting the like button, clicking on the subscribe button, and turning on notifications for the channel. That way you will be notified whenever I go live. Our goal is 25 subscribers by tomorrow afternoon. That's only 2 more to go. We have to get 1 subscriber by the end of today and 1 more by tomorrow to reach our goal. If the goal is reached, a special celebratory stream will be scheduled. If we hit the goal today, the stream will be scheduled for tomorrow. And if we hit the goal tomorrow, then the stream will be scheduled for next Saturday. Thank you everybody who have subscribed so far. Really appreciate it. I am talking all over myself. Really appreciate it, everybody that's subscribed so far. Thank you so much. It means a lot to me, and thank you for the support. As always, you are all wonderful. Just about to go below 18,000 feet here, which means we need to go back into the cockpit, and we are going to have to take ourselves out of standard altitude mode very shortly, so we'll just hang tight in the flight deck, passing through this cloud layer here. Alright, there we go. Time to bring ourselves out of standard, which we just did, and reset our barometric pressure. There we go. Still looking good. Alright. Here we go, starting a nice turn now. Look at the Australian landscape below us looking really nice in our Qantas Pmdg Boeing 737-700. The 600 was just released yesterday. Not sure if I'm going to be picking that one up or not, just because the 800 is being released shortly after that. They're saying the 800 will be out in August, so we'll see. I mean, I really don't know when the 800 is going to be out, but I will be picking up the 800 for sure. You can count on it. Just about to pass below 15,000 feet on our way into Melbourne. Look at the beautiful, beautiful mountainous landscapes there of Australia, looking absolutely stunning as usual. I'm really hoping that we can hit the subscriber goal today or tomorrow. Fingers crossed. We are so close to more. If you know anybody that might enjoy this kind of content, please pass it along to them. If not, thank you for hanging out, as always. back into the cockpit here, make sure everything's looking good, which it is. There you go, just going below 13,000 feet. Cool view right over the nose. This will be one of the replay views during the landing. 3 replay views, 1 from each side of the wing, and then the nose, and then that'll be it for the day. We're not going to taxi to the gate after we land, everybody. Once we land, that's it. We will be done. Thank you for everyone that's watched, as always. Can't express my gratitude enough. I say it over and over again. Thank you. Really enjoy flying for everybody that tunes in every stream. Passing through 11,000 feet now. Here we go. Just bleeding off some of that speed there to get below 250 knots once we go below 10,000 feet. We're going to go over here and turn our landing lights on just like we normally would. That is good to go. Let's grab our weather for Melbourne quickly. Ooh, we got some gusty winds. 17 to 28 knots coming in from a direction of 020. That's crazy. 6.25 mile visibility. So this should be interesting. Very, very interesting, that is for sure. Over here we'll turn on approach mode. Go. Should be a pretty windy arrival going into Melbourne. Makes me a little nervous, but I don't think it's anything that we can't handle. We have a crosswind coming off our right now, but we should be flying right into a headwind, which is actually fantastic. That's exactly what you want. there. Get back into the cockpit, just make sure we're doing well on our descent, which we are. Fantastic. Looks like rain. Didn't say it was calling for rain. Should be a nice juicy arrival, everybody. Of course, in an airplane that I know very well, so I have all the faith. But there are those winds hitting us already. Will be wheels on the ground very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. Another deceleration point. The airplane's going to start slowing down even farther, and then eventually we will be lined up on the ILS, and the airplane will turn right on its own to line us up with the runway, so we can get a nice smooth arrival into Melbourne. Auto brakes we're going to bring up to 2. No need to go to the full auto brake, in my opinion. Auto brakes at 2 should be more than sufficient. It looks like we're going to need some drag, so we'll open up the speed brake, help us slow down just a tad bit. There's our runway right there in front of us. Looks like it's accounting for our wind that we are going to be flying right into. Very interesting airplane, what we're doing. I'm fearing that we need another go-around, because this is bringing us in a very weird direction relative to the runway. Let's disconnect our autopilot now and take manual control over already. Just because I really don't like this. This is weird. Flaps 1. We are under manual control already, as I said. Forgetting to hit our replay. Go, get the replay recording started. Oh boy, this is going to be interesting. Alright. 5 miles out, gear is coming down. More flap. Not sure what the FMC was having us do there on our path into the arrival, but it was certainly interesting. I didn't like it, so I took it right off of... We have a 27 knot headwind as we are coming into land in Melbourne. 1,000 feet above. Alright everybody, enjoy. Thank you for tuning in as always. Really appreciate it. Means a lot to me. Enjoy the arrival into Melbourne, Australia. Man, this wind is something else. We got it now, though. We got it under control. Situation under control, everybody. No need to worry. Good luck, you got this. Thank you.
100. 50. 30. 20. 10.
Excellent, excellent arrival into Melbourne, everybody. Landing was a little crazy. We had 27 knot headwinds on that one, blowing us around just a little bit, but it had no problem getting us in. Thank you to all who came and watched today. We are going to initiate the replay. We'll get a couple of views of our landing. Again, thank you to all who joined me today. You took the words out of my mouth. Absolutely. For that headwind, that wasn't too shabby. So we're just gonna line up right here and come to a stop just a little bit farther ahead. Set our parking brake and then start the replay. There we go. Never mind. It's not gonna let us set our parking brake for whatever reason. But it's not going to affect our replay nonetheless, so we're going to click stop there. We are going to hit play on the replay. We will... Yeah, nope, forgot to do something. Whoopsies. Never mind, hold on, got to put my spoiler forward. Now hit play. There we go. There we go, this should be good. Take this view first of our arrival. Yeah, look at that. We're getting blown around like crazy. See all the rain out there falling as well. Looks like we are arriving just before something brutal was coming. But I got her down, no problem. 737 I have so much more experience in, so this landing had no issues. But yeah, we're getting pushed around. See the camera going back and forth? That's accounting for the wind pushing us around. Yeah. Not too terrible, all things considered. And by that, I mean the crazy winds that we experienced. We will get another angle. Stop that. Bring this back just a little bit. Get this angle here. Let's go over to the other side. Let's get this angle. Alright, and then one more view to finish this off. Thank you to everybody who joined me today. Looks like we didn't quite hit our goal of 25 today, but we did gain a subscriber. Thank you so much, Try, for subscribing. Really appreciate it. Hopefully you can join us tomorrow during our regular stream. Looking forward to seeing you there. We'll get one more angle. We'll take it all the way back to, and we will get back into the cabin here and watch from our nose. Thank you, everybody. This is going to do it, this landing view. So have a great rest of your day and have a great rest of your weekend if I don't talk to you tomorrow. Take care, everybody. Thank you for joining me. As always, enjoy this last replay from our nose view. And have a good rest of your afternoon. Good night, Mom. I love you too. Thank you so much. Bye-bye, everybody. Have a great day.